I'm a music teacher. I've written a couple books that have hit #1 bestseller in their categories on Amazon. And today, I'm going to be listening to the ChronoCross original soundtrack for the very first time. I'm very excited to listen to something that's by Yasunori Mitsuda, considering that Yasunori Mitsuda not only composed this music, but I looked on the album artwork, it says composed, produced, and arranged, which basically means from top to bottom, the artistic vision of Yasunori Mitsuda is being expressed here, and I'm very excited to see what that is going to be. Yeah, notice it does not say mix and mastered by Yasunori Mitsuda. I laugh. Oh, hold on. I laugh because the monumental tasks of composing, arranging, and producing this music come first only to the monumental tasks of then mixing and mastering this music. There's a lot going on, and it sounds amazing. Okay. So let's break down a couple of the things that are going on here, spotting some patterns. So I'm going to pull this back and grab just a couple things here. Now, let's scooch some of these around. Round, scooch around. I scooch around. Yeah, scooch around. Round, I scooch around. I scooch around and round. I scooch around the town. Round, scooch around. I'm a real good scooch. Scoochy, scooch. I'm making real good scooch. Scooch. Okay, then we go to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, maybe we should analyze this in the key of G major, but here we are. Okay, and then it repeats that again. 7. Oh, sorry, and then it goes straight to 6. And it's into the B section, which is just a ton of fun. Okay, so I'm actually going to take the time here to write down the B section. Why? Because I found that sometimes the first 2 pieces of music we hear in an OST, it's very important to figure out everything that's going on in those, because we may hear those themes and ideas and chord progressions over and over again in the music. What I'm doing right now is I'm creating a representation of, basically I'm summing up everything we've heard and I'm codifying it into Roman numerals, and I'm showing the relationship between every sound you just heard, simplified, synthesized, way down into very, very simple rudimentary expressions of everything you just heard. And through those patterns, we're going to be able to spot connections later on down the line. So even though this first piece takes me a little while longer to get down, it's going to be likely a worthwhile investment as we go through the rest of this entire OST together. It's going flat 6, flat 7, 1, and it's repeating that. 7, 1. All right. Don't mind me. Also, I may just have some fun on the music. Hey, okay, so let's break down a couple of the patterns we heard here. In terms of the harmony, or in terms of the chords, we heard 1 minor to flat 6, 1 to flat 2. Now, this right here, this minor 1 to flat 2, we've heard that all over the place with specifically Japanese OSTs. So this is a common pattern that we've seen, and that pattern sounds like this. Okay, let's do it with a clean sound. That pattern sounds like this. So it's that feeling, it's a little mysterious, right? That connection of that minor 1 to the flat 2, it feels a little mysterious. And then we head into flat 3, flat 7, 1 to flat 6, which really feels yeah, it is an E minor. Right here, it feels like we're headed into the relative major, which it would be G major. And if you don't understand what I mean by relative major, relative minor, I will explain some things along the way. But I have an entire free course on music theory. If you want to understand a little bit more about music, go ahead, check it out. It's on the channel, it's in the videos. It's an entire course to help you understand video game music for free for you here on the channel. So go check that out. And that will help you understand a lot of what I'm going to be talking about here today, because I'm not going to stop to explain every single thing about music, because the course itself is like 11 hours long, and this stream is not going to be 11 hours for me to explain everything, plus also do the reaction. So, cool. That is probably about what we need. Maybe let's grab some of the melody ideas. What's this little thing? Beep, 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 beep. So we have 1, write for me, 1, 5, 5, 4, 3, 4, 2, 1. Was it 4, 2, 1 or 4, 3, 1? Five, 4, 3, 2, 4, flat 3, 2, flat 3, 4. These are all scale degrees. I'm not going to take the time to write the little caret above them. Just imagine that the caret is there. Something like a 4, flat 3, 2, 2, flat 3, 2, 1. And this right here, this is a little melisma. Interesting. So then we have 1, 5, 5, 5, 6, 7, 1. Flat 7. Yeah, basically flat 7, 6, 5, not 1. And then we're going something along the lines of 4, flat 3, 4, 5, 4. Five, flat 3, 2, flat 3. I'm not gonna write the whole thing down. This will likely get us the idea. Well, chat, you tell me. Type a 1 in the chat if this entire motif, if this entire theme is gonna come back. Type a 1 in the chat, because if it is, I'm gonna write the whole thing down so we can go back and reference to it. But if it's not gonna come back, I'll leave it so we can move forward with the OST. Type a 1 in the chat if this entire theme is gonna come back, and I should probably write the whole thing down. Type a 1 in the chat. Not substantially, says Poking Mangoes. Cool. Sweet. How about this? Next time, something's not gonna come back substantially. Y'all let me know. Cool. Brink of Death. Okay, there's some really interesting things in here. Interesting to the pause, I say. Okay. Number one, let me zoom in so y'all can see what I'm scribbling on about. Right, and so it goes to D, so we're actually going to think of this as being a 1. Then 1, 4, flat 3, and then it goes. It really is kind of like, but inverted. So it's really like we kind of come back to E minor here, and we're going flat 3, 2, flat 2, 1. Is it? And then I'm used to YouTube where I hit K and it pauses it. Okay, so what we have here is pretty interesting. Brink of Death. This sounds very well Brink of Deathy, doesn't it? Hey, Dan, that's not fair. I actually explain things. Okay, so if you want to know what the lazy voice and the upholder voice in my head do. Anyway, so we have these 5 chords. Now, I'm very much simplifying by calling these power chords. There's a lot going on behind the music, but at a fundamental level, it's like. And then it goes to this thing where it's. And that last thing is played the bump, bump, bop, bop, where you hear it sliding down. That's what this is. And you can actually see the numbers counting down. It's going 3, 2, 2, 1. And that's, you can actually hear the music going lower there. So some really interesting things, including going to the 4 here. So it goes to, after the D minor, it goes to G minor, and then it goes to F minor. And if I'm not mistaken, did Yasunari Mitsuda also do Chrono Trigger, or are those two separate worlds? Chrono good. Doesn't compare to Chrono Trigger. Yes. Yeah. Okay, because here's the thing. I'm looking at the choices made in this Brink of Death in terms of the chords that are used, and I'm like, man. Like, if I'm not mistaken, when I listen to Chrono Trigger, and you can find that stream here on the channel, you might need to go into the live tab, but you can find it. I think I was like, what is happening? Which way is up? And Brink of Death kind of feels a little bit like it's headed in that direction of like, wow, total insane awesomeness. And I'm not really sure where one is I'm not really sure how to compare everything else. The music was created in such a way that it was very difficult to figure out. Well, it was difficult for me to figure out. I was challenged to figure out the relative relationships and what to compare what to. Cool. All right, now let's check out Arni. I was going to write Henri. Just like Henri, but no. Arni is a dinosaur of our imagination. All right, do it. Oh, this was so cool. So these are some really cool chords. I'm really excited to jump in and see what the connections were. Great. 1, 2, 3. We're going to call this, we're going to simplify and call this the 4 chord. Really? It's like this right here, which is like a 1, add 9. With the 5. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 1. Okay. And let's keep this rocking. Welcome to our viewers on Twitch. Just joining us now. And let's keep rocking and rolling with this thing. Now that right there, that's interesting. What is that? 1. Minor? The bass goes to the 4. Yeah. Bro. I have no idea what that chord is. Homies, I'm like gonna start sweating. I don't know why it's so hard. Oh, now I am sweating. Oh, it's okay, Dan. It's okay. No pressure. You're just live. Okay, that is 6. Oh, why? I wasn't clocking that. All right. And then back to 4. So it's something over 4 here. But again, it really is, it's like that, when it comes back here to the 4, it really is like a 1/4. Then we have a 1, 2. We'll call it a 5/7. Excuse me. 6. And then we have the 1/4 to 5, and then it goes somewhere else. Then we have like flat 7, 2, 1. And then we go to the B section. Okay, well, here we're going to G flat major, which is exciting. And it starts with a 4, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3 to 1. 2, 3. Let's just make sure that's G flat. And then back to 4. 1, 2, 3, 1/flat7. And then we're at the 5/2. Welcome, Bex Lizard. By the way, Bex Lizard, congratulations on everything you're doing in your DJing career. Super stoked for you. Prince Banana on Twitch says hello. Hello, Prince Banana. Goes 2, 3, 4. Okay. 2, 3, 4. 5, which 5 is also the flat 7 of 1 of E flat. Then goes to 6. Goes to 6 sus4, which resolves to 3, and that 6 really is 1, which then turns us back around here. Woo! Homies, this is a really, really cool piece of music, just looking at the harmony here. And if you wondered if these videos are helpful to people, Prince Banana says your videos are very helpful. All right. So, yeah, we have this. Let's get some effects on here. Sorry. And then we do something. Maybe it's... is that really a flat 7 there? That might be wrong. Okay. And then changes keys. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then it goes to 5 of 2. And then this walk up is really cool. Now, a moment ago, or last piece of music, I showed you that there was this walk down. The numbers started going down. Look here, the numbers go up, and the music goes up with it too. So it's 2, oopsie doozy. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this ascending feeling brings us up, and the emotion of it is like rising towards something, rising towards some outcome. Something's going to happen. And sure enough, what happens is it turns us around back to E flat. Now, I did see in the chat that there is a whole nother section that we didn't talk about, but we'll leave it here. These 2 sections are enough, and there's some really cool things here too. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling, rocking and reeling. Bran, ba-ba. And next one is called The Plains of Time. Yes, you heard it right. The Plains of Time. All right. Plains of Time. All right, let's check this out. Plains of Time, welcome to our viewers who are joining us on YouTube, Twitch, and X. You are most welcome. But here we go. Do it live, baby. Fuck live. All right, now that I'm recovering from the literal anxiety and horror and have my mouse back, let's go and... Oh. All right, so that's actually the A section here, which you already got down. That was pretty straightforward. And here's the B section. Let's grab that real quick. So I'm hearing A flat minor to C minor. It's pretty interesting. So it's like in the B section. And what do I mean by A and B sections? Well, when you hear the music drastically changes, that's when I'm hearing an A section versus a B section. So we're noting a big change in the music. Because this right here, this pattern repeats a whole bunch of times. And then there's a new pattern that's introduced, which we're going to check out here now. And this new pattern is something along the lines of flat 7 minor to 2 minor. Something like that. And then and then it goes to the, okay, here's what's really cool. Now it goes to the flat 2 major 7, and this flat 2 has the same relationship to the 1 as the flat 2 we talked about over here. So you can see here this relationship of 1 to flat 2 started with the 1, then goes to the flat 2, but we hear this time it actually, we're going to the flat 2 without hitting the 1 first. We haven't heard the 1 this entire B section. Now we're hitting that flat 2, which still, it gives that similar feeling relative to the 1. So the first thing you hear in the piece of music sets the tone, sets the pace, sets the standard for your ear for sometimes, most of the time. Okay, it is a very easy thing for me to tell you because it is largely true that what you hear first in pieces of music is going to set the tone and the key for everything that comes after it. And whether it sets the tone or sets the key is beside the point. It does set your expectations. And so everything you hear after the first 5 seconds or the first 2 seconds of a piece of music is all perceived in relationship to the framing of those first couple seconds. So that's why if you're writing lyrics for a song, it's like those lyrics, the first things you hear, like that's what's got to bring people in. The melody, everything is judged relative to the first thing people hear. And people aren't judging, not judging as someone's being critical, but it's literally the framework with which they're going to perceive everything is filtered through the first thing that they hear. And so this flat 2, we're experiencing this flat 2 relative to this 1, relative to this 1 that we heard all the way back in the beginning. We're having that experience of that flat 2 here. And then it's like we're kind of going to the subdominant. We're going to E flat here. Oops. I'm going to pull back just a little bit more. Ah, right. I've got it twisted. It's not the flat 2 of 1. It's a flat 2 of 4. Excuse me. It's a flat 2 of 4. Right. Okay, now everything's making more sense. So we still have that flat 2 relationship show up because now we're going to 4 minor. And this right now, it kind of feels like we're in E flat minor now. So we could also think of this as just being flat 2, and then we could think of the 4 as being 1. We could think of this as being the same thing, depending on what the framework, if you're going to perceive it as what we saw at the beginning versus what we are now. By the way, we have 7 viewers on X right now. If you're joining on X, this is my first time ever doing a stream on X. Welcome. My name's Dan. I'm a music teacher. I've written a bunch of books, sold over 10,000 copies in the last 2 years or so. They're all about music. I've been teaching music, doing music my entire life, and today I'm listening to a video game soundtrack for the very first time and breaking it down in real time, which means sometimes I sweat it because it's sort of above what I can hear and perceive in the moment, but we're figuring it out, and I'm writing everything down and figuring it out as we go. So welcome, our viewers on X. Okay. Yeah, Manini Boy says, wait, you're live on Twitter? Yeah. Who'd have thunk? I was like, let's try it out and see what happens. We're live on X. There's 7 people watching, which is 7 more people than I've ever seen on anything I've ever done on X. So, hi. Welcome. You are most welcome. All right, anyway, let's get back to it. And then it goes flat 6. So yeah, we're going to think of it as being 1. So it goes flat 6, and then back to flat 2, which brings us back to 1. Oh, well, actually that's 1 sus 4 is what that is. And that turns us back around to our A section. And round we go. So a couple interesting things here to note, I think, is this right here, where it goes from the 1 minor to the 1 minor to the 1 sus 4, which resolves to the 3. This is really interesting because this relationship right here is the parallel minor and major. It's a parallel relationship, which means that both sounds have the same note as their lowest. I'm doing a really poor job explaining this. Excuse me, I'll start it again. Both of these chords share the same note as the lowest note, but fundamentally change what they sound like. So this is the lowest note of both chords. The minor version sounds like this. Sounds like the start of Hotel California. It sounds sad. Sounds like all the leaves are brown. It's like this sad, pensive type of sound. Whereas the 1 sus 4, it's like, oh, we're going somewhere, and where we're going is somewhere unexpectedly happy. And so the one right here that I'm playing, it's still the same note in the bottom. Sad, happy. And that difference between the parallel minor, sad, and the parallel major, happy, I love that relationship. It's one of my favorite relationships in music. One of the reasons why Beethoven is one of my favorite composers, because he uses that type of trickery and awesomeness a lot. That's not trickery, it's just awesomeness. And yeah, so that's a really interesting point there. Another interesting point is to look at the modified flat 6, flat 7, 1 chord progression. So this right here, this series of chords, this flat 6, flat 7 to 1, this is one of the most common chord progressions you can hear in almost any modern genre. And that sounds... And you can hear that in all kinds of songs. Along the Watchtower by Bob Dylan, as played by Jimi Hendrix. So where were the spiders while the blind tried to break out? That's Ziggy Stardust. We can hear that in If I Go Crazy, Then Will You Still Call Me Superman? And that's 3 songs just off the top of my head. I'm not going to keep going, but there are a bajillion more. So the point is, this chord progression right here is very common. And what's cool is the second time it comes around, the second time these chords come around, it doesn't stay the same way. It starts off with the flat 6, but instead of going to the flat 7, it goes to the minor 5, and then instead of going to the 1, it goes to 1 sus4 and then to that parallel major. Really interesting way of structuring that chord progression, and just really proving the point that if you're writing your own music, if you're composing your own music, if you're writing your own songs, you can take a common chord progression and just adjust it slightly the second time through and get phenomenal results from doing that. Oh, we're up to 13 viewers on Twitch. Let's go. Hey, everyone on Twitch. It's my first time streaming on Twitch, so this is so cool. So happy to see you. I'm Dan. I'm a music teacher. I've written a bunch of books on music, and I'm breaking down video game music. And I'm not going to introduce myself every 5 minutes. Okay, we get it. I'm just excited because it's my first time streaming on Twitch. Okay. Cool. All right, let's keep this rocking and rolling. One more thing to talk about is this last chord progression here. We can see that a similar idea is used in the sense that it's ending on the 1 sus4. So we have the 1 sus4 here. Oopsie daisy, wrong thing. We have the 1, play with me, there we go. We have the 1 sus4 here at the end of the A section, and also 1 sus4 at the end of the B section. And in both cases, the sus4 serves to turn us around. In this case, it turns us to the parallel major, and then we start again. But in this case, the 1 sus4 turns us back around to the top of the piece of music. Now, again, we have this flat 2 to 1 relationship here, which we've heard in so many specifically Japanese OSTs. You can also hear this like in, I think it's For the Love of God by Steve Vai. And that whole album just feels a little Japanese inspired. I don't know. There's like something about Japan and the electric guitar too. And like, if you go back and look at the 80s, all the electric guitar stars were going to Japan and like learning to speak Japanese. And Marty Friedman, one of the best, moved over there and lives there. So it's like there's this really strong interconnection of Japan and electric guitar, specific like solo electric guitar, like virtuosic. So anyway, flat 6, and then, yeah, again, this flat 2 relationship here turning us back around to the 1, which then turns back to the top. All right. Let's keep this going with our next piece, which is called Dances with Lizards. I wonder if Yasunori Mitsuda watched Dances with Wolves and then wrote this. All right, let's check it out. Oh, no, it's Plains of Time. No, we just listened to Plains of Time. Right, Dance with the Lizards. I know how to count. Don't test me. Here we go. Don't test me, bro. Well, I played it right one time. Anywho, okay, so that entire piece of music was over one chord. It was over a D minor chord, the entire thing. I'm not going to prove it to you by going through the whole thing and just hammering on one chord, but let me show you. I was going to play one chord. Type a 3 in the chat if you agree that this one chord seems to fit with the music. Right, so this one chord, I could play it for the entire piece of music, and it would fit. So the entire thing is in the key of D minor, and specifically, or indeed Atlantically or Pacifically, it's in the Dorian mode. So we have some very particular notes here. So we have 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is not flat. 2, 5, since all kind of that flat 7. Right. Yeah, you guitar assassin, that's not the point. The point is the D minor chord works for the whole thing. Right. So for those of you with context, Guitar Assassin is doing a phenomenal job of going to music school and says, well, technically, Dan, there was a flat 7 that could have been involved in that chord. Therefore, you did not fully match what was being played. And yes, that is correct, but not really. But yeah, cool, sweet. All right, let's keep this going. Guitar Assassin says, LOL. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I deserve every single, well, anyway, I'll leave it there. All right, let's keep it going with, by the way, you've been hearing Dorian this whole time. I can't think of, we heard Dorian, I believe, in the very first piece as well, Scars of Time. We're gonna do a motif color. We're gonna do green for every time we hear Dorian, because we're not hearing too many like motifs in this OST. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead and say, we're just gonna mark this green for any time we hear Dorian. And I remember Scars of Time had Dorian. And it's with Lizzie. Green is going to be Dorian. All right, let's keep this going with our next one, which is, what is it? Reminiscence. This, I can't spell this. Whatever, you get it. Remembering. That's a thought bubble. Okay, let's keep this going with Let's keep this going with Rumpelstiltskin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present unto you Rumpelstiltskin. Sweet. Excuse me. Loop it for me, please. You know what? It is an F the whole time. All right, it's looping now. We're going to grab this. It has been an F the whole time. So this was 4. How do I know it was an F? Because the 4 has a sharp 4 in it. And when you harmonize a major scale, the 4 that has the sharp 11 is going to be the 4 of the piece when you harmonize a major. Oh, it's going to be the 4 of the key, excuse me. Okay, so we have... So then that 3 is actually the 6. We'll get it. We'll make it. We are gonna make it. All right, so then we have 4 again. 4. 2, 3. Well, was that the 5 of 6, or is that just... no. Neither. I believe that's actually a 1 in first inversion. And it is. That's a 1 over 3. B, D, 2, 6. Then we go to flat 7, kind of like an Elton John type thing. Flat 7. And then we really go to 5. We'll call it sus4, but really it's like some type of combination of 1 and a 4. No. It really is, because it has that, it really is like a 4 sharp 11. But over 1 type thing. Maybe omit 3. Now we're just getting fancy. It's a 4 sharp 11 omit 3 over 1. Excuse me. Okay. Right. Okay. And that repeats. And then we go into this next thing. Ooh, that actually sounds like it's a 5 there instead of a... Whatever. We're gonna call that a flat 7. This might actually be a minor 5. It's one note different. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna take the time to play it back to get it right. We have a flat 7 over 7, which then brings us to 6. We go 6, then we do 5 of 5 to 5. Oh, new stuff. And then I also want to make sure I write down that thing that's about to happen too, because that's cool. And then we have 1 to that. Then we go to 4 over 6 to 5. And then... So it's 4 to 3. What does he do with the bass? So then it's 6. Then it's 6 over sharp 5. Let me raise this iPad up just a scotch. All right, sharp 5, and then it's 6 over 5. Then 6 over sharp 4. All minor. Over sharp 4. Now, I'm calling this 6 over sharp 4, and I'm writing all the stuff in the bass, but really what's happening here is that it's 6, 6 minor major 7, 6 minor 7, 6 minor 6. It's just taking that descending chromaticism and it's bringing it into the bass. Oh, the reach. There we go. And then a very pretty way of getting sus4 3. And then it does 4, 5, 1 sus4, 2, 1. Oh, then I think that's it. Yeah, cool. So some really interesting chords going on here. By the way, I'm going to turn the fan on. Tell me if you can hear this fan. Because it's getting hot in here, so hot. So Dan needs a fan. I am getting so hot. I'm going to turn my fan on. It's getting hot in here, so hot. So turn on your fan. I am getting so hot. I want to turn my fan on. If you want to know why I sang that twice, it's just because I like the I sang it the second time through just so I do the duh. So fun. All right. So, yeah, a couple interesting things here. We already talked about the descending line there. We're seeing there's a lot of these sus4 3s. Now, just me writing sus4 3 is not doing justice to capturing the magnificence of the way Yasunori Mitsuda is navigating this relationship of the sus4 to the 3, because it's really masterful and it's really beautiful and it's not the same every time. Really good. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this, this sharp 4 business is pretty cool. Kind of feels like a musical to me. Feels very musical theater to me. It doesn't feel, that is musical theater. Like, that's music theater. Like, if I could pick a chord progression to describe music theater in the 2000s, 2010s. The 2000s and 2010s. Maybe just 2010s. I'm not that knowledgeable that I could actually pinpoint 100% clearly the decade, but yeah, that right there. It's like a character's realizing something about themselves and finding acceptance for something they've been struggling with all along. All right, let's keep this going. Okay. Shore of Dreams. Shore of Dreams. One of my favorite jokes in the whole world is a Monty Python bit. A guy goes in for a interview and he says, "Is your name Thomas?" He goes, "Yes." The guy goes, "Shore?" He goes, "Thomas Shore." "No, David. David Shore." No, my name is David Thomas." And the guy, John Cleese, looks at, it's Graham Chapman and John Cleese. Name? Thomas. Shore? Yes. Thomas Shore. No. David. David Shore. No. David Thomas. One of my favorite Monty Python bits ever. Love it. It's so funny. Okay. Shore of Dreams. Let's check it out. I love the bass. I'm just gonna grab the last 4. Oh, I'm such a silly goose. Alright, and then it goes back to 4, 3, then it goes to 2, and then 5 of 6. There we go. And there you have it, folks. Okay, so here is some interesting insights here. So it starts off with a very common chord progression. Now, when I say very, you would think things that are common are already very common by virtue of the fact that they're common, wouldn't you? This one is very common. This is a very common chord progression. 6, 4, 1, 5. Give us in a bajillion songs. And funnily enough, I can't think of a single one. Maybe. Oh. Isn't what I say? Oh, I got your hey, oh, look what I say, oh. Ooh, 2000s Red Hot Chili Peppers coming to save me with an example. The more I see, the less I know, the more I try to let it go. All right. Now that common chord progression repeats twice. Then it goes to the subdominant, the 4, 3, and then to 6 sus4. Again, we've seen this use of sus4. If there's something close to a motif we've seen besides the use of the Dorian mode, it's going to be the use of the sus4 chord. Oh, what a lovely rhyme. Okay, and then 4, 3, and then it goes to 2 major, which we might think of 2 major as being like the 5 of 5, right? So that 2 major already sets us up as kind of a secondary dominant. But instead of leading to the 5 of F, rather it leads to the 5 of 6, which is pretty cool. And then it brings us back around to L top of the song. Peace. Excuse me. Songs have lyrics. Okay, this next one is called, hang on, having deja vu. Arni, Another World. Arni is a dinosaur of Ari. I've got friends in low places. Okay, let's check it out. right now. Yes. All right, now we'll grab it. Okay, so I'm at 6. I think this is the same thing as what we had last time so far. 6, 5, 4. Was that what it was? Gosh, I just heard it. Oh, bro. Sorry, guys. And then it goes to the 1/4, which I think is the same exact thing it did last time. Now that sounds like a 2. Oh, but not quite. Oh, that's interesting. What is that chord? There we go, found it. It's, well, I'd call it a 1. Here's what I'm going to call it. There's many different ways you could think about this. I'm going to call this a 1, 7 sus4/5. But you could also think about it as being a 5 minor 7. And then we're going to 6. That 1/4 business back to 1. And then we have a leading tone, 7 of 6. That leads us to 6. And then 4, 5 to 1 sus4 to 3. And we'll leave that one there. All right, let's keep this going with fleeting thoughts. Oh, fleeting thoughts. Let's do it, yos. Ooh. have a 5 and 5 to 5 second time through. Just pull that back. One line missing here. Sorry, I wrote this wrong. Okay. So we have 4, 5, 1. To 6 here. Four, 5, 6. There you go. And so what we have here are, of interest, I believe, are the 2 secondary dominants. Because we haven't heard too many secondary dominants. And so what secondary dominants are is they are the 5 of another chord that's in the key. Well, if you don't know anything about music theory, that doesn't really help you, does it? Secondary dominants are like cousins of the sounds that already exist in the keys. And these cousins are kind of like the little wild cousins who are like, are they going to steal my driver's license and registration out of my car at Thanksgiving? Like, I'm going to hang my coat up. My keys this is the cousin. I don't have a cousin like this. Maybe you do. Maybe you know someone who has a cousin like this, where you're like, I should not leave my keys in my coat pocket because they might take my keys and go through my car and steal stuff. So it's a cousin that doesn't really belong in the family, but boy, do they liven things up and change the dynamic when they show up. And that's what secondary dominants are. They're not really in the family in the same way, but like when they show up, it's like, oh, here is something new that we should all pay attention to. And sure enough, if someone's going to take your stuff, you should probably pay attention to it. I'm going to stand by that metaphor. I know I said is like a, so then for it's a simile. Okay, so there you go. We have these secondary dominants. And anytime you see a chord like this, and it's a 5 of a 5, or it's a 5 and there's another number under here, that's going to be a secondary dominant. Those are the cousins to watch out for. And let's check out this next one, which is called Missing Piece. It was missing a piece. You know what blows my mind? That the poet Shel Silverstein is marketed as a child's poet. And like, people gave me Shel Silverstein books when I was a kid. Like, that dude was nuts. I don't call people nuts. Homie was nuts. Anyway, he has a poem called It Was Missing a Piece. The Shel Silverstein poem I remember is, William Tell, take your arrow, grip it well. There's the apple, aim for the middle. Oops, only missed by a little. It's like, how are you giving this to kids? Also, yeah, anyway. All right, Missing Piece. Let's check it out. This is like our first. Oh yeah, this is, yeah. Yep. Okay, so Missing Piece is a rework of the very first piece of music we heard in this entire OST, which was Scars of Time. So if you listen to Scars of Time and then listen to Missing Piece, you will hear the connection between the two because it's, I think, literally the same melody, also same chords as well. Yep. All the same stuff. So go ahead, check that out. That might be an interesting connection for you to make for yourself. If you're having trouble hearing some of the connections I'm talking about in these streams, listening for connections like that is a great way to start building that pattern spotting ability in your music brain. It's like, okay, these two songs are basically the same. Can I hear that they're basically the same? Because there's a lot of pattern overlap there that you can go hear. Now let's check out Fossil Valley, which is what I call my parents' house. Just kidding. Love you, Mom and Dad. Okay, here we go. All right, it's looping. I'm going to grab this B section here. I'm not sure where it's going. So it's like, maybe? B minor? No, I'm tripping. What is that? Okay, so it's like flat 2 minor. This is the B section here. Going flat 2 minor. The Guitar Assassin says, Dan, whenever you're feeling pressure, just imagine around 80 people watching your every mistake. Yeah, that's 80 people on YouTube. You know how many people are going to watch this after the live? It's like, no. Every time I make a mistake, I imagine around 10,000 people seeing my every mistake. And yet y'all still show up and we still have a good time. Am I right? Type a 2 in the chat. If you are having a good time, let me know. Type a 2. Let me see those 2s. Type a 2 for freedom. Type a 2 for a good time. Type a 2 for doing what you want, how you want, every day. Let's go put a 2 in that chat. C minor the first time. I'll buy it. What do we even call that? 7. The flat 7. 7. Backwards. Go to 6, 2, almost there, Dan. You can do it. And then like 4 minor. Homie. And then... then it's like 5 minor to 5 major, that parallel again, and then back we go to 1. Bro. Brutal. All right, let's play through that section one time. Oh, I messed that up. Oh, no, it was 6. Ah, can't read my own writing. I'm thinking 4. I'm not dyslexic. Pretty sure. All right, cool stuff. Hey, let's do one more for today. I'm streaming for almost 2 hours, and I want to eat dinner. So we're going to do one more for today. This is called, and very aptly, called Termina. Because this here is going to be our terminus for today. All right, Termina. Show me what you got. just gonna grab this one chord in there I didn't get. Oh, that's all. Six, 2 flat 7. And there you go. So here's some interesting things here with Termina, which I will explain to you as we listen to it at low volume. So in Termina, we have this 5-1-4-1 thing here, which is very jolly. And then 5, 6, flat 7, 2, 5, so it's 4 to 3. A lot of these movements here, like this right, I'm just hearing so much Elton John, man. I'm hearing so much like Elton John chord changes here. And relatively confident I'm accurate with that. I've listened to a lot of Elton John. So Termina, really delightful. I'm enjoying the whatever you'd like to think out of this OST so far. This has been absolutely delightful. I'm having a blast. Type of 3 if you're having a blast too, because this is just really some top shelf music in terms of the creativity, unexpectedness, the sounds, everything. I'm loving it. This is really, really delightful music to be able to sit down and share with you. So I'm so very grateful for this opportunity. The Departed Ones. Well, beautiful, beautiful piece of music. If we're going to break down the chords, which indeed we are, it starts with 1, flat 7, flat 6, to 5 minor, to 4 minor, and then go somewhere else. Cool, it just walks right back up. Now, there's some also interesting things that happen in the intro that do not happen after the intro. So we're going to grab those as well. Flat 6 to flat 7. So what we can see here is literally going 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7. Going down, back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. There is a statistically small number of people in the chat today. I was late to schedule this stream. That does happen, so I apologize. That's on me. We'll schedule next week's stream today. That way gives people time. Okay, now intro. All right, so the intro we had is 1, 7, 5, flat 6. I also have seen the notification not work to the Manini boys point. I've had people 48 hours after the stream be like, I just got the notification for this, so it could also be a YouTube thing. All right, so then 2, 5, 1, the flat 3. Then we have 2 of flat 3. Oh, it's getting squished. 5 of flat 3. The flat 3. And then to 5. Which then turns back around. Cool. And then I think there's a different way it ends differently. Okay, so then it walks down. So this is kind of like the first ending here. And then the second ending, it still goes to the F minor. This time I'm really going to think of it as being the 4. And then it goes to 5 minor. And then it goes to 1 sus 4 to 4 to 3. Okay, let's keep this rocking. With Shadow Forest. so pretty. A beautiful piece of music that really focused on groove. You might be saying, well, Dan, what do you mean by that focused on groove? Well, it focused not on changing a whole bunch of sounds. Rather, it was about the interaction and the play between the sounds that were there. And, oh, here's an interesting one. How do we define groove? Because everything doesn't always have a groove. But when you hear music that is rhythmically compelling, and what I mean by rhythmically compelling is you hear the music and you kind of want to bop your head to it, right? So you might be listening to Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, and you might not want to bop your head to it, right? Right? It's not really like head bopping music, whereas this was head bopping music. So whenever you have a head bopping music, that's the groove. You're compelled to, the power of the groove compels you to bop your head up and down. And so that piece of music, it had one chord basically the whole way through. And so it was really just about the groove. It was like E flat minor the whole way through, with different melodies and ideas and things happening on top of it. But yeah, but just basically one chord, and then it was all about the groove. Right? Let's check out Viper Manor. Any viper with manners would never bite me, said the comedian from the 1920s. Okay, here we go. Oh, let's go, groove. There's the groove's building.
I think, is looping there. So we're going to go ahead and actually talk about what's happening there. So again, this piece is kind of driven by the groove. Now, I think what's interesting to talk about here, specifically with the groove, is the bass line. So the bass line hangs out on an A, or scale degree 1. But then it goes to the 5. But here it goes really off bass in terms of A minor. It goes to 3. Goes to sharp 4. And I think it went to flat 3. And I feel like we may have heard this series of notes previously in the OST. I could be totally wrong. Yeah, so this is not the rhythm that's played, rather it is the notes that are played. That's a very interesting line. So what's interesting about this is the fact that we have the 3 here and then the flat 3 here. And to share a 3 and a flat 3 in the same bass line, when the notes are played for longer stretches of time, is more interesting than if they were to be played quickly. Why? Because sometimes notes are used as steps to get to other notes. And you may say, well, what do you mean? What makes the difference of the step to the note versus not the step to the note? A lot of it has to do with the duration, the amount of time you hear it. So the longer you hear something, the more important or the more weight your brain gives it. You know, advertisers have known this for years. That's why they show you advertisements like 20 times in a row. It's to get you to hear it over and over again. But it's the same thing in music. So, like if you hear a singer singing a word, hello from the outside, right? The outside is held really long. And that I tried, right? That's outside, tried. Hello, can you hear me? Right? The hello was longer than the can you hear me. And so when you make things longer, it gives more importance to it. Not necessarily from a intention perspective, but this like subliminal thing that we have where we give more attention to things that are longer. All right, let's keep this rocking with Victory Boon of Spring. It's been a while since I was granted a boon, so let's check this one out. If you have to go Google that, I'm so sorry that you have to go Google that. But yes, granting boons. It's like a genie giving you a wish. Same idea. All right, here we go. Boon. All right, so this piece of music had a 4-5-1. Then does a flat 6, flat 7, 1. There you go. We cracked the case, Sherlock. On to the next one, which is called Lost in Time. Time. This is horror. This is so creepy. All right, well, I'm not 100% convinced that I got this right, but it's something along the lines of a 1 to a 1 diminished to a 1 minor 6, and in the B section it switches to a 1 augmented to a 7 augmented, going to maybe a 2 augmented, back to 1 augmented, maybe to 2 augmented. This is an odd one. And so if you want to look at why this sounds mysterious, it sounds mysterious for 4 reasons that we have right now written down. So the first reason this sounds mysterious is because of the use of the diminished and also the minor 6. Minor 6 sounds a little mysterious. Here's a minor 6. Oh, here, let's play it here. Here's minor 6. Sounds a little mysterious. Here's the diminished, which definitely sounds mysterious. And then another reason it sounds mysterious is augmented. Ooh, that's a mysterious sound for sure. And then the combination of having all these augmented plus having the diminished, the minor 6, and the augmented all together creates a mucho misterioso tempo. Tempo meaning time. And the Mambo Italiano. Okay. So that was wild. Let's check out Guldove. Guldove. What did you say? But sir, that's my wife. All right, let's check out Guldove. Oh. Lothar says, the first song I tried to learn on guitar. Dude, that's quite a first song to learn on guitar. Okay, there's one or two things I think I missed and that I want to double check before I speak my piece here. Sounds like an oboe to me. Lute Sorrow. Double reed for sure. Talk about that. That, sure enough, is a pretty coolio thing to talk about. So basically, what we have here is the same bass note for the entire first line, and that bass note is a G. It's the first note. It's the note of the key that we're in. There you go. We're in the key of G major. So we have what is effectively a G major to what is then effectively not quite well. Yeah. We're going to call that 4, a minor 4 over 1. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's 1, 4, minor 4 over 1 to a minor 6 over 1, kind of, then to a what is effectively a G7, which is the 5 of 4. That then brings us, to 4, to 4 minor 6, and that's a little bit mysterioso with that minor 6. Then we have the 6 minor with the root coming down. So we have the minor 7th of the chord, and then we have the 4, and then back. That is some cool stuff. All right, let's keep rocking in the free world. Uh-oh, something just happened to the iPad. But we're going to keep on going with Hydra Marshes. Let's check it out. Sorry. So what I want to show you is, let's do this. Type a 5 in the chat if you found that piece of music to be, well, exotic. If to your ear you hear that, you're like, ooh, that's exotic. That's something new. Type a 5 in the chat if you feel like that was a new sound for your ears. Or like, maybe not a new sound, but it's not a sound you hear every day. Type a 5 in the chat. Okay, we have Lothar, Manini Boy, Dark Pulse. All right, a couple of you are tracking and clocking that this sounds a little bit, well, exotic. Let's break down and understand why. So the notes, at least in the first part, yeah, we hear some instruments doing things like. But what's more interesting is to break down the scale that's being used here, the scale it's being pulled from. And that sounds like this. Like, that's an exotic sounding scale. Egyptian almost says Lothar. Lothar is literally like the meme of when you see an Egyptian scene in a movie. If you hear those notes, yes, it is like a meme of Hollywood's idea of what Egypt sounds like. Which is funny too, because if you go, oh my gosh, I was in a masterclass with, this is going somewhere. I was in a masterclass with a guitarist who'd done recordings for films. He was like a Hollywood guitar guy, and he'd been there for, I don't know, he did like 30 years of sessions. And so he would have things that he was prepared to play. And so I'm not going to be able to do justice what he had, because he had this whole like repertoire of specific things he did. But here I'm gonna make the same point he did. He goes, okay, so I went into this film score, and they're like, okay, it's in the desert, it's this Egyptian thing, there's people riding on camels, and we need it to sound super exotic. So he goes, they're like, oh, that's perfect, it's amazing. 1 week later, he's in a different session for a different movie studio, and they go, hey, we need, like, there's this temple in India, and these guys have just come out of the jungle, and we need something that sounds like a little exotic, a little like temple in India. He goes, I have just the thing. He plays the same thing again. I don't know if that was exactly the same thing, but it was about the same thing. And they go, oh, that was perfect. And a year later, he's back working on another movie. And they go, okay, so we have this Egyptian scene where they're walking through the desert and they're on camelback. He goes, don't worry, I have just the thing. And he plays the same thing again. So it's like, yes, there's this meme in your mind of what it sounds like to be in Egypt, and that's a lot of the time. Now, not so much. Now people go and they actually have like authentic instruments, authentic replications of what's happening, but a lot of the time you just have a meme in your mind of what a country or a place sounds like. And the reason why it's a meme is because there's some session player out there who had this really cool lick that they did, or a really cool chord progression they did that they played, and they just kept on playing that same thing because it worked. So there you go. Let's keep rocking it. So that's why Hydra Marshes sounds a little Egyptian, even though you'd say, well, hang on a second. I mean, Marsh is next to the mile, sure. And the Egyptian army marches along. Bad puns aside, you get the idea. It's like you could get this exotic sound by taking these notes and kind of putting them in so many different contexts that then it becomes a cliche. Like, it kind of loses the meaning of what it actually used to mean. All right, let's go with Dreamy Shards. Let's check it out. Now let's pull it back here a second. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around or hurt you. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have something along the lines of You know, what's interesting is normally when we hear this chord progression, we think of it as being in like the major key, I believe. Right, normally it's 4, 5, 3, 6. Right, if we think about it in terms of the relative major. But Podrick advances, I can't believe you've done this. He said you ruined it, Dan. Yeah, okay, but here's the thing. What can we learn from this? We can learn that there's this chord progression that we hear in so many different OSTs that at this point, I'm like here at one time and I start singing Never Gonna Give You Up because it's the same exact pattern of chords put in there. And how cool is that? How cool is that? That the same pattern of music that made the Rickroll possible is also here in Dreamy Shards. Let's check out Sailing. It's like so Undertale. I'll have the iPad back in a couple minutes. It wasn't charging through the cable for the computers. It's the whole thing. Now, unfortunately, my Japanese kanji is a little rusty. Someone says, I'm Japanese, hello, to which I say, Ohio gozaimasu. And I also say, genki desu. All right. Keep this rocking with Ghost Ship. Let's do it. Creepy times now. Okay, so this whole piece of music was based around one foundational idea. Yes, things change, but the one idea we heard through the whole thing was ah. And what we have there is 5, 1, 1, flat 2, 5. Ooh, which creates some delicious tension. And let's keep this rocking and rolling. Welcome to Bex Lizard. Welcome to J2O Juiced. Bex Lizard, I'm glad you could wake up after your deep house gigs. Bex Lizard is a up-and-coming rising star house DJ, and we're very, very happy for them because it was not always that way. So go Bex. J2O Juiced, let's thank you to J2O Juiced and for creating the playlist. I know how English works. And now we go to Mount Pyre. We're gonna walk down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll Mount Pyre. All right, I really want to play this part at the beginning. I think I've got it. I'll listen back to it one more time. All right, this is really cool. So we have something like that. Ah, so beautiful. What a beautiful, beautiful piece of music. And something that's really cool here. Okay, so we have what is functionally like an A minor to something like an F major to D minor back to A minor. So basically we have a 1, flat 6, 4, 1 chord progression. Kind of, sort of. But here's the cool part. It's the added notes that are before, like the added notes that are slid from. So right there, this creates an A sus2 chord in second inversion. Then we have, and what we have right here, this is like an F major with a sharp 4. So it's like having a 6 with a sharp 4 relative to the 6. Because here, this is the B, this is the 2, which is the 4, which is, the 4 of the 4. And then it goes to, and that creates a D minor. That's effectively D minor in first inversion with an F, A, C, landing on a D. Oh, so beautiful. So that was Mount Pyre. This next one is called Fort Dragonia. I hear the parties are fire at Fort Dragonia. Dan, will you stop it with the dad jokes? Never! We shall never surrender. Okay, here we go. Talk about to head into a Steely Dan, dude. Ah! What a groove that was. That was delicious. Type a 4 in the chat if that's your favorite piece in the whole OST. Man, my favorite part, I think, is this shredding organ at the end. In your right ear. Ah! Thank you, Beaks. I'll read Super Chats out at the end. Oh, a favorite, but maybe not the favorite, says Dark Pulse. Manini Boyce's favorite so far. Welcome to the Groove stream. Yes, says Montclair. Start to top the opening, says Dark S. That was a lot of fun. That was a solid groove. I enjoyed that immensely. Let's check out Sorrow, and then we're actually going to go straight into part 2, and we're going to have a little bit more going on our stream today. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go listen to some more ChronoCross, including this. Ooh, how spookalicious. And here we are with part 2. We're going to jump straight into part 2, which is Prelude to a Dream. All right, let's rock this. Prelude to a Dream. Oh, what a change. Oh, that was it? Okay. That was really delightful. Let's break down a couple things in Prelude. So it starts off kind of like this B flat thing, but this is no ordinary B flat. It's a B flat with a 6 in it. Like, it's something like a 6/9 chord But also, yeah, well, that is the 9, yeah. But with a minor, yeah. It's really, really a delicious, delicious stacked chord. And then it drops into this gorgeous F minor. Comes up a half step where we have that 1 to flat 2 relationship that we've heard in so many OSTs, and indeed in this OST as well. And that sits so beautifully with the sort of, well, not sort of, but indeed, statistically speaking, relatively common. I don't know, like statistically speaking, then using words like relatively. All my math friends on this channel are like, hang on a second, Dan. Hold on a minute. If you state statistically speaking, keep those emotional words. Get those emotional words out your emotional mouth, in the words of Will Smith. And I think that one of the interesting things there is that even though the F might not really have been the 1 there, like maybe the F was the 5, you know, the way we dropped into it, and that the flat 6 was the major chord there, which, I mean, all makes sense in terms of the theory of the whole thing. Yeah, in terms of the theory, that all makes sense. 5, but just having that 5 to flat 6 where it's that 1 to flat 2 relationship is pretty cool to see that here. Okay, let's keep this going with The Bend of Time. Oh! What a naughty chord progression. Oh, I'm gonna write this whole thing down. This is delicious. All right, let me grab that right there. So that was 1 with a 7 diminished of 6 going to 6, and then 6 walking down. Rivers in the Desert chord progression there. So like an E. All right, and then it goes to 6. 1, 2. To 5. To then 2 major in first inversion. So I'm going to say 2 over a sharp 4. Really being borrowed from the it's the 4 of the 6 is how we can think about it. 4 major, the 6. And then I think it turns around with the 2, 5, 1. And then there's a bunch of sus4s. And then we have 2 minor to 5. 5 sus4 to 1 sus4, and then which goes to 3. Oh yeah, let's just talk about that. That's so cool. Oh my gosh. Ah, what a delightful, delightful corporation. So 1, I just want to talk about this part here. 1, leading tone to 6, 5, rivers in the desert, and then 2, 5 sus4, 1 sus4. Oh! Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous chord progressions. I'm gonna let the iPad charge just a little bit more. I've been writing things down, let it charge just a little more before I plug it in. For some reason, it wasn't charging out of the cable that shows it to you. So it's now currently plugged into a cable that does charge it. That's what's happening there. Okay, Termina Homeworld, let's check it out. I love that bagpipe against the melody. So what we had there was what I surely thought was going to be another one-chord song, but it wasn't. Went to a B section, which had the 4, 5, 1, 4, 5, 1, 5 of 4, 4, 5, 1, 1, 4, 5, 1, 5, 1. And there you go. Sounds like something to dance to. It's interesting that Termina, everyone was like, did Dan figure out the Termina yet? Well, the only thing I can figure out is if Termina is like the end. Like terminal. So maybe we end up there, or maybe the end is beginning. Maybe there's something with time. I don't know, but there you go, Termina. Now, I don't want anyone in this chat to be scared if you have PTSD from watching Game of Thrones or House of Dragons. But what we're about to hear are some dragoons. Not dragons. Dragoons. Kind of like how my explanations and preambles before songs seem to dragoon, and oon. So some interesting things to point here. This actually changes key. It starts off in C minor, but by the time we get to what I'm calling the C section, we're actually in B flat minor. I'll check one thing I think I might have written down incorrectly here. Cool. Now, for the A section, we're going to hear 5 chords. Not 5 as in count them 5. Well, actually, also you will hear 5 chords. But the quality of the chords is a 5 chord. Ah. Sorry. And then the B section is... I'm messing that up. In terms of the rhythm. And then the C section goes... It's like, just changes to B flat minor, like that. So cool. What a delightful piece of music. Let's keep this rocking and rolling. I'm going to let the charge for 1 or 2 more songs, but I'm writing everything down, so we'll have a record of everything. I missed a couple when it was off, but there you go. Okay, Sailing, Homeworld, let's check it out. Some really cool chords. I can't wait to write these down. It's so cool. Well, I have the A section in the words of my Pokemon White and Black stream. Now I'm going to go grab the B section. 6. That 3 kind of is like the 5 of this minor with the 3. 4. 6. Oh, not 6. Excuse me. Hold on. Everyone, hold on a minute. This is like we've gone to D major here. Actually, everybody hold on. So now it's like we have 4. But then we have a C. Okay, so maybe I was right the first time that 5 really is acting like... Yeah, because I had this little voice in the back of my head that was like, that's not really a 3. It's not, because we're not in the key of D major. All right, so we're going to call that 5 minor. Oi, I got that really wrong the first time around. Okay, 5 minor of 3, excuse me. It's not 3. All right, so 3 minor. 5 minor of 3. Okay. Right, then we go to 4, 6. Right, okay. It's like 4, 5 to 6, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then repeating that same idea. Like 5 minor of 3 to 3. What's it do right at the end there? That goes 4, 5. To 6 major? That's cool. With a 4-3. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, so let's unpack that. And I'm actually going to think. Well, now I'm going to let it charge a little bit more before I plug it in. So we have the A section is pretty straightforward. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, G, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, back to G, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, excuse me, 6, 5, and then the B section. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and ending, again, we've seen this parallel major, parallel minor. The first time the B section ends, the antecedent, if you will, ends on an E minor. And then the consequent, or the answer, the response, is ending on an E major with the sus4 resolution to 3 that we've been hearing throughout this OST so far. Really cool stuff. Now let's keep this going with Guldove, Homeworld. Oh, it's a similar chord progression. Last time we heard Guldove. Or Guldove. Guldove. Yeah, bass. Use that 1 to flat 2 relationship. Yes. Sorry. Anytime to just the 5th. I just want to sing the 5th of Stephens. Oh, I see some hearts. What are you sending those hearts? Oh, this is so pretty. That in the melody last time. Now, what's wild here, I think one of the reasons why I started singing Green Day is because maybe. September ends. Something like that. I'm pretty sure it's in the key of G. Ah, it's very Wake Me Up When September Ends, isn't it? But totally different rhythm. And not. So it's not totally that, is it? At all. But I wanted to think it was. Okay, I'm out of denial and into Marbule Homeworld. Something about the key of G. Put a Renaissance hat and put your hands in the air. Oh, let's party. Man, you give me a good offbeat and it's a shindig. Well, look, maybe there is some connection here. Because both Guldove and Marbule, whatever, both start on a G. Sailing G. C, D, B flat, D. No, there might be something about the G. Yeah, maybe not. Might be random. Alright, let's keep this going. With Zelbess. As the song goes, you're simply Zelbess. Zelbess. Let's check it out. Type a 4 in the chat if you're having a nice time, if you're having fun. Type a 4 in the comments if you're having fun. I do see the comments, believe it or not. And then when I go in to log into my YouTube studio account and I go and I click on comments and I see all those lovely numbers, I'm like, ah. Makes me feel like I see you and you see me. All right, here we go, Zelbess. Oh! Like some John Schofield. If John Schofield lived in a video game. Oh, now going minor. is wild. This is awesome. What a delightful little thing. Oh, hang on, I'm still having fun here. So, and then... What was that little lick in there? Let's go grab that. So look, it's an F Mixolydian, and this is not the first we've had in Mixolydian. We had also... Termina Homeworld was Mixolydian. Is there a connection between Zelbess and Termina Homeworld? It's a tenuous guess, but a guess nonetheless for what's up with Zelbess. Whatever it is. That's some really cool stuff going on there. Doesn't actually go minor. It stays in Mixolydian. Right there, it just goes to the sharp. It has the sharp 4 involved in it. Or the flat 5 indeed. Depending on how you would like to think about that, it's the same note. Let's check out Miraculous and Mystifying. Alright, it was tenuous. Say whoa and crazy. What is that it? Bro. Oh yeah, we've heard this. I love the arrangement here. This is gorgeous. You know what? That was lush. Steve Kent in the chat says, every song in this OST is so lush. First of all, Steve Kent, I would be remiss if I did not say, technically it's not a song because there's no words in it. It's a piece. Song has words. That didn't have words. Like crazy. So, a piece. But I agree with the lush part so much and so wholeheartedly. One of the reasons why I wanted to read that chat out. It is like, yeah, really beautifully arranged and so much going on and such gorgeous, warm tones. Loving it. Dark Pulse in the chat. Giving me a hard time. Well, not hard time. Teasing me gently for not remembering that this is the main theme. No. How many pieces of music have I heard on this OST and written down? No, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I have a... No, I'm not sure what it is. I think it's because I'm doing so much with like short-term memory and then also trying to access long-term memory. I think that might be the reason why I have a hard time remembering what theme happened. Like, even if we've heard it like 3-4 times, unless I give it a name and I hear it, I'm like, okay, this name... It's like there's so many things going on. I'm running the stream, I'm playing guitar, I'm talking, I'm reading the chat. Yeah. But anyway, let's check out Peril. Is the bad guy here related to Viper Manor? So this was another track that was based a lot around the groove. Yes, there were ideas coming out. It was like this groove track. Beautiful stuff. Let's check out Paradise. By the way, please feel free to put any questions you have in the chat or indeed in the comments about the music, and I'll answer them next time or answer them in a Q&A or something. Please feel free to leave your comments, questions, and comments. Sometimes I just want to play along. I don't have to tell you. I didn't say it sounded good. I didn't say I did a good job playing. I said I felt like playing. All right. Well, that was some hangouts on 1 for a groove and some 4-5s and some 4-5-1s. Basically, was just about the gist of that whole shebang. Let's check out the Isle of the Darned. Start of Breaking Bad. Look at that drum beat. That's like the beginning of the Breaking Bad. Alright, it's Lupin. Now, what's cool there is it was actually the same Egypt meme. The same Egypt meme scale we heard before, showing up there in the Isle of the Darned. Okay, let's go check out the Dead Sea. And not brought us through on dry land. And not brought us through on dry land. Okay. The Dead Sea. Tower of Geddon. I can hear all of you saying, Dan, get done with it. Get on with it. Okay. Let's do it. Oh, cool. All right, now there's two chords in this. For the life of me, I couldn't grab the second chord. Right, C minor. Oh, it's just C diminished? Am I being very silly? Might be being very silly. I'm overthinking. Like, it couldn't possibly be that simple. It is that simple. I am being that silly. Amiga say, I'd say D7 flat 9. Oh, right there, maybe. Yeah, at the end. Change chords there sometime? Sorry, I must put it in just absolutely the... Oh, Migu. Well, you know what's really interesting about that? Yeah. Great job, Migu. Wow, high five. Well, the D is in the melody. I'm not sure that the D is in the chord, though. Yeah, I'm not sure. The D's in the melody, Migu, so good ears hearing the melody versus the chord, but I'd actually stand by, unless I'm totally wrong, that chord is going to be a 1 diminished. Now, what's interesting is that a D7 flat 9 is 1 note different from a C diminished. The only note different is between the C and the D in the lowest note in the chord. Let's check out Bound by Fate. That was absolutely gorgeous. I want to go back and grab. And then it repeats 1, flat 6, flat 7, flat 3. Alright, flat 6. Right. Okay, same thing. Yeah, pull it back too far. Alright, now we're in something like the B section, where similar chords, different order. So 6, 7. Yeah, right there. Maybe. Right, okay. And then it's like the 4 of flat 6, which is interesting because we had the 4 of the B minor. It's effectively Rivers in the Desert type of thing. Oh, except this would have to be a minor chord. Never mind, scratch that. All on the floor, scratch that. Give me some more. Scratch that. Till you get sore, scratch that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, light cast on the lost. On the lost. Welcome, Excel Gaming. Thank you for being so excellent, Valkyrie963, and for welcoming your fellow viewer of this stream. I really appreciate you being an awesome and valued member of this channel and for being so kind to your fellow channel members. Thank you very much for being awesome. Okay, let's keep this going with Light Cast on the Lost. Okay, so light cast on the lost. I'm gonna guess this happens right after Bound by Fate, not just because of where it is, but because musically, it's like almost the same idea as Bound by Fate. And then goes to 4 minor. What happens next? Then ending on a 1 minor 7. Host! Alright. Earth Dragon Isle up next. We shall also write the title for this one, which was Light Cast on the Lost. And again, guys, please ask your questions about the music in the chat, and I will answer them for you. But please ask questions if you have them. If you don't have them, don't worry about it. You don't need to like sometimes if I do Q&As and like it's live or it's on video, I'm like, all right, who has questions? I'll see people go, like, I must get a question. You don't have to get a question. If you don't have a question, it's fine. But if you have a question, please ask it. Okay, Earth Dragon. Isle. Let's do it. Well, this one's very interesting. This is a very magical piece of music, and I actually am not sure how to start analyzing. So I'm going to listen to it a little bit more. We're all going to get the pleasure of listening to it, at least half of it again here now. See if I can't crack the case on this. I'm not even convinced by these chords that I've written down, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's right. Oh, very beautiful. Okay, let's keep going with Gaea's navel. I don't think it's polite to talk about other people's navels, but hey, here we go. On the flat too, baby. Oh, that's 1/5. It's ambiguous. Okay. Ale's Navel, some interesting things going on there. Yeah, some groove in A. Again, we had Egyptian Meme come back. We had Egyptian Meme make a showing. Egypt Meme showed up. That's a pyramid. How'd they get the blocks up there? Okay, let's check out Whirlwind. It was magnetics. They had diamond drills. It was the aliens. It was secretly a nuke. I'm sorry, I can't even say that. I'm laughing. Some homie was talking about it was a nuclear power plant, and like he had some data to back it up that wasn't the correct. Like he made sense with the data backing up that the pyramids of Giza had been like a fission power plant or fusion, whichever one we can't like keep going. I was like, bro. But then again, how did they get all of those stones up there, huh? How did they get? Oh no, but there's tablets where you can see how they paid. They weren't slaves, and they were paid, and they were fed, and they kept. But how did they get? But the stones are from all the way over there. But how? Oh, but there was water. But the big stones. Oh, but see, there's 4 degrees, and if a wave oscillates at 4 hertz, it can What? What? All right, I'm done. Oh, that was super cool. My favorite part was the... Now, sorry, back to this. I was in Ireland like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that, visiting family, and we were doing this like river. You get on a boat and they go up and down a river. And they were like, yeah, so back in the day, no one here drank water. They only drank beer. And the reason, like even the kids, like everyone was drinking alcohol because the water had so many contaminants in it. You get sick if you drank the water. So the only clean thing to drink was beer. And so if you were working, like if you were a workman working on a bridge or something, like your ration for the day was 2 things of beer and a loaf of bread. Like that was the only safe way to consume liquids. Isn't that wild? Like history is crazy. All right, let's check out Marbule Another World. Oh no, we're in Victory, Call of Summer. Now Asel Gaming or Achel Gaming asks a very smart question: is where did you get the water from for the beer? Well, I think the point is that the alcohol in the beer in the fermentation process killed the bacteria that was in the water, like it fed on it or something along those lines. Ah, it's not the alcohol killed it. It's a beer had to be boiled before. Oh, so it had to be boiled. Ah, interesting. Isn't that funny that they couldn't separate the boiling and the beer part? Like, that's really funny. Kimmy says, I like conspiracy theory Dan more than Dan. Bro, look, if I spouted off a random conspiracy, look, already YouTube has blocked timestamps on this channel. I don't know why. They won't tell me why. I've literally asked them 20 times. I even talked to them today. I was like, hey guys, there's no misinformation. There's no adult situations, nothing on this channel. Why are you blocking timestamps? They were like, some viewers may find something on this channel appropriate. I was like, what? What? I was like, I've been keeping conspiracy theory Dan locked in a corner. Not really. not really. But I know a lot of them because I find it fascinating. The things people come up with is wild. And then also sometimes it's true. It's fun stuff. But what I was saying is I think it's so funny that people back in the day couldn't separate. They couldn't separate the difference between we're boiling the water to make the beer. Why don't we just boil the water and drink it? No one was like, let's try it after we just boil it and see if it gets everyone. And it doesn't get everyone sick. How many hundreds of years did it take of boiling water to make beer before someone was like, hey, why don't we cut out the middleman, just boil the water and drink it? Like, that's wild. Yeah, it's insane. Like, how long did it take them to figure that out? Like, that's nuts. Like, that's actually nuts. Like, how long? How long did it take? And what Einstein, and by the way, what Einstein level genius with incredible communication and leadership and persuasion skills was like, hey guys, hear me out on this. What if we just like, that might have been the pinnacle of like the cognitive ability of one person at that time. Like, look at what Benjamin Franklin did to move the ball forward. Like, bro was genius level. Imagine someone back then. That's hilarious. All right, back to the music. Victory Call of Summer. Yeah. Exactly what we had last time. Where's our last victory? Oh, it might have been that the iPad was off, so I'll write it down. So it's 4, 5, 1, 1, 4, 5, 1, ba da da, ba da da. Right? Maybe 5 of 4, and then 4, 5. Same idea. 1, 1. Flat 6, flat 7, 1. No, flat. I don't think I'm saying that right. Flat 6, flat 7, 1. Bro. Oh, I didn't start in the key of D. Anyway, don't listen to me. Okay, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Okay, here we are on Another World. I got one chord in there wrong. Let's go grab that. Ah. Oh, so I did this all wrong. Oh, no. Oh, my dear home slices. So it was that. It just ended at the 5, not the... Ugh. That'll teach me to actually play my guitar. Okay. So really, what it does in the B section is it goes flat 7 1 flat 7 1 flat 7 1 5 is what it does. Okay, let's keep it going with some fairy magic. Fa 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 fairy magic. Oh. That was fairy magic was literally that it was taken from the B section of Marbule. It's the fairy magic, I tell you. Fairy magic. Yeah, I know magic's with a G. It looks cooler with the J. Fairy magic. And then... yeah. Alright. Etude 1. Etude means study. And usually etudes are written for different instruments so you can study a concept on the instrument as you play. Let's check it out. Oh, that's cool, because it's actually the same idea as fairy magic. Now, here comes a real challenge. Type a 3 in the chat if you want to hear Dan play the Etude. 2. Etude 2. Well, Etude 1. There we go. All right, here it is for real. One more time. From the top. Let's do it. Okay. Magical Dweemers. Oh! Heck yes! Close enough. Sorry, I totally butchered playing along with that. Well, that was a lot of fun. Hey, so I'm loving this OST. It's eclectic. It's a little bit all over the place, but oh, it's just absolutely delightful in terms of just the instrumentation, the arrangement, everything. This is an incredible, incredible OST. We're to come back and do a part 3. Well, in a surprising change of pace, I actually got the entire piece of music down without having to go back and re-listen to it. So, some interesting things we can hear in this piece of music is the use of the 1 to the flat 2 that we've been hearing throughout this OST, as well as a chord progression I think we've seen at least once or twice before in this OST as well, here in the C section of 1 minor going to flat 7, flat 6, 5 minor, 4 minor, back to 5 minor, then to, let's make sure that's a minor, then to flat 6 to flat 7, and then then going again, 1, flat 7, flat 6, 5, oops, wrong color. Again, 1 minor, flat 7, flat 6, 5 minor, 4 minor, and then to 7 diminished of 5, then going to 5 with a little sussy thing. Then back to 1. That was pretty cool. All right, so that was the Sea of Eden. Next up, we have Chronopolis, which I can't tell if it's the city of people who don't do well eating fried foods, or if it's the place where people keep the time, or maybe both, or maybe neither. Let's go on and check out Chronopolis. Okay, now there's one thing I want to grab here. Sorry if I'm a little snuffly. I'm a little under the weather, so I apologize as I sniffle my way through this OST reaction. I tried radically changing up my diet the past week and it just threw my body all off, and now I actually feel like I'm getting a cold. So I apologize for the sniffles. Alright. That's 1-5 again. Oh, that's very pretty. So that's like a 4 over 1. And then that me it's like a 1 minor 7. Then it goes to the 4. Then it goes to 4. Yeah, this sounds super familiar, and I see in the chat that it does sound like Chrono Trigger. Yeah, so this does sound très familiare. And I will tell you through this haze of whatever it is I'm going through. You know, this one time I was playing a gig where I used to drive around to restaurants with just my guitar and a PA system and a mic. And I would set up in these restaurants, and I would sing and play for like hours. So it's like every song I knew, I'd play it and I'd sing it. I just next song, over and over again. And I was playing in this little pizzeria. I'm not gonna remember its name. I don't even remember what town it was in New Jersey. And the deal was I'd show up to these gigs and they'd pay me for the evening, and then they'd also feed me because, especially back then, I was not good at cooking for myself. So I remember I was sick as a dog, but I wanted to keep this gig. And so I'm just reminded that because like today, it's like, oh no, I still got a live stream. No, I'm not feeling it. I'm going to show up. And so I show up to this gig and I'm just like crying, not crying as in like crying because I feel just like my eyes are watering. Just there's like everything's dripping out of my nose, and I'm sitting there singing songs like this. I'm like, the Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just the girl who thinks that I am the one. I'm just hearkening back to that time here with you now. All right. Also, Epoch Gamer says, I like the ARPs, or arpeggios. Very pretty. I agree. Okay. Let's check out this next one, which is called Fates, also known as Fates. All right, let's check out Fates. That's a loop. All right, so really cool piece of music. A lot of going on there. I love the bass going ham. As Epoch Gamer said in the chat, the bass is going ham. I agree with Epoch Gamer. Except I would add one difference, and that is I really would appreciate some precision in language here on this channel because we're talking about music theory after all. So the bass is not going ham, the bass is going bacon. If you found that funny, I'm really happy for you. This next one is called Nido Triangle. Like some modal jazz. Oh. Ah. Ah. Now, as longtime viewers of this channel may know, and I'll explain it to you now if you haven't seen this before, whenever I put a red dot next to the title of a piece of music, it's because the composer has purposefully used things that are out of tune with A440 for effect. Or even if it's not with A440, it's used things out of tune with whatever's going on in the piece of music. I don't have perfect pitch. I can't tell if that was A440 or not. Some people can. I can't. But the point is that if we think about this mathematically, we have, let's say, an A note. An A sound is going to be 440, which means a lower A note is going to be 220, a lower A note is going to be 110, a lower A note is 55. So what happens if we have an A note that's 440 and also at the same time an A note that's like 443, and we hear them both at the same time? Well, that's going to sound not precisely like this, but it sounds something like this. One more time. And so those are two A's that are very close to each other, but they're not quite. Actually, that's more like an A440 and like an A37. Was that right there? Yeah. Or a 35. And so you can actually hear the wah, 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 wah that's happening in between those two notes. Type a 2 in the chat and type a 2 in the comments after if you're watching this after the stream on demand. If you can hear the ra la la wah 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 in the sound. And I'm playing it there. Type a 2. Okay. Carrie hears it. Dark Pulse hears it. Universal hears it. Music hears it. Epoch Gamer. Wiggly Waves. Yeah, so what we're hearing in this particular case is we're hearing the actual sound waves of A440 look like this. And then the sound waves of A, 437 or whatever, they're a little slower. So they kind of go like this. They're a little slower, they're a little longer. And so what happens is when the peaks line up and when the valleys line up, that's what creates that beating sound that you're hearing. And that is dissonance. And so sometimes composers will purposefully use this type of detuned dissonance for effect, and that was all over the El Nido or El Nido Triangle, and music's making some jokes. Cents on the dollar in terms of hertz, yeah? Very funny. Excellent joke. Well done. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Burning. I don't want to say that. I don't want to read the title out for that because I don't think the algorithm is going to like that title. Okay. This next one's called Burning. It's now looping. It's this B section. No idea what's happening. Let's see what's going on. Oh my goodness. we have something like 6 diminished. You know, or we could think of that as 5 of 2. Excuse me, 7. Yeah. If we thought, no, not 5 of 2. Don't listen to me. Right, and then it's like still the 6 diminished, but the root goes down to minor third, which still is from the chord, and we're in the key of C, so we're thinking about that as being maybe like a flat 5. And then like 3, the E major. But really that's going to be a 5 of 6 minor. So we're going to rethink of what that is. That's going to be 5 of 6. And then it goes to 6. Okay, and then it does 6, 5 to 2. All right, 6, 5, 2, and all this kind of feels like it's an A minor. And then we have what is ostensibly the 7 diminished of 3. I could think of it that way. And yeah, so that right there is interesting because that is like a sus 4 to 3 right at the end, which you would typically think of being as like a 5 to then bring us back to the C minor, but oh, and then it changes keys too. All right. The lowest note there is an E. What's going on in the middle? I'm not really sure what to call that there, but it's something along the lines of, yeah, I don't even know. I honestly don't know what to call that. But it feels like a 5, but totally different. And then maybe we're in B minor now? Okay, and then it's like, oh, we really did go to the key of A minor, is what happened here. This actually was the key of A minor. So we went 1, flat 7, 4 minor, right, to then 7 diminished to 5. And then, after 7 diminished to 5, then it did the, what we'll call it a 5, like, it was like a 5 flat 13 to not. So we had like a 5 flat 13 or 5 sharp 5 just to 5, right? And then it goes 4 ba ba B5 ba ba 4 minor 5. And then just straight back to C minor. Whoa, that's pretty cool. All right, so this chord that I was struggling to figure out before, really what it was, it's because the problem I was having is I hadn't thought of us actually changing keys right now. I was like, so what is happening? Where are we going? I went to the D minor. I wasn't quite sure, but once I heard the D minor to the E, it's like, oh, that's actually a minor 4, and the E's actually the 5, and the A's been the one the whole time. It's kind of like a movie where... And I just dropped my Apple Pencil, and I have no idea where it went. Oh. Found it. Type a 3 in the chat if you've ever been a little bit sick and everything's kind of like a little fuzzy. And you're like, something happened, but I'm not sure. Okay. Let's check out The Girl Who Stole the Stars. Oh, I'm the only one who ever gets a little fuzzy when I'm sick? I see how it is. Okay, just kidding. The Girl Who Stole the Stars. Quick shout out and thank you to Benjamin Dubose for setting a new Super Chat channel record. And for genuinely making my mouth hang open. Go back and watch it. looping. I'm going to go back and grab this here. Okay. And that repeats a bunch of times. Then we do 1, sus4, 3, and to 1 major. Hey, a huge shout out and a thank you to Benjamin Dubose, who just set a super chat channel record with a incredibly generous donation of $500 US. Thank you so very much, Benjamin. Benjamin says, I want to thank you for doing what you do. It's not easy to find OST React content that actually spends time going through and really analyzing the music and have fun doing so. I've been a longtime lurker, but have thoroughly enjoyed sticking around. Thank you, Benjamin. I hope you continue for as long as you enjoy doing so. Salute emoji. A vote for Fire Emblem Awakening. Benjamin, thank you so very much. You know, it's not just the super chat, it's the kind words with the super chat. So thank you for your kind words. Thank you. I feel your good intentions, and I feel the genuine kindness and caring and appreciation from you. So thank you. Really appreciate that. Now, as Benjamin said, we actually talk about the music here. So let's talk about this music. This is a really, really, really cool piece of music. Now, you'll notice things just got very messy all of a sudden. The Apple Pencil said it wants more charge, so I'm going to give it a little bit more charge. I have an Apple Pencil 1, so you got to like plug it in. It's a whole thing. It doesn't just pair with whatever. You don't need to hear it. Anyway, so we have 1 to flat 6 in the key of E minor here to start us off for the A section. What I'm going to call the B section does a pretty cool chord progression of 4 minor to the flat 2 to the 1, and we've been talking about this flat 2-1, but it's cool to see it here with the 4 minor bringing us into this B section, and then something, you know, we maybe, you know, whether this is the C section or it's just another part of the B section, then it's 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 1 sus4, then to 1 major, and it's the parallel major of the 1. So instead of having a 1 minor, it sounds kind of sad, it's a 1 major. And if you want a real deep dive into the parallel major and minor, I recommend you check out the and Echo streams we did here on the channel, because boy, we talk a lot about parallel minor and parallel major in those streams. Yeah, just shout out and thank you again to Benjamin. J2OG says, wow, Benjamin, what a time to make it to the stream. Manini Boy says, a heart. Beautiful. I'm not sure. I think that's the most you can donate on Super. I don't think you can do a higher Super Chat. I think that's it. Yeah, that is the maximum Super Chat. Wow, I can't believe we had. I think we had like a $4.99. We did not have a 5. No, I think we had a $2.99, $3.99. I'm not sure. We haven't had 5 before. That is definitely a record. Thank you very much, Benjamin Dubose, for literally maxing out what is possible here on YouTube for Super Chats. All right, Gorilla Store of the Stars, that was awesome. Let's check out Dreams of Ages. I will read all Super Chats out at the end of the stream. Isn't it funny how, like, 15 years ago, you'd have been like, you're going to be able to write with your finger on a screen. And I would have been like, That's crazy. And now I write with my finger on the screen, and I'm like, I am a worthless Neanderthal. I need my pen. That's funny how these things change so quickly. Anyway, Dreams of the Ages. Oh my. Oh wow. Okay. So right here, I'm calling this 6 to flat 7. We can also think of this as if 6 is 1, then flat 7 is 2. So really, this is like a 1 minor to flat 2, thing that we've been hearing. Welcome to House Music, DJ Extraordinaire, Bex Lizard. Okay. Hey, Bex, if you ever do a radio set and you want some drops, hit me up. That wasn't bad. And then it goes to something along the lines of the 4 chord. And now I think it does change. Yeah, now it's somewhere else. Let's see where it goes. Huh. Like fourths. So B to E. Yeah. Yeah. So now we go down fourths. I'm pretty sure there's a name for this that I'm not remembering. Any music theory nerds know what know what we would call it when it's a bunch of descending fourths? So then it goes, I mean, what even key to think about this in? Yeah, let's think about this in the key of whatever. Let's think about this in the key of E, just for the heck of it. Okay, we're going to pretend like we're in the key of E, and we're going 5, 1, 4. And then it's like A flat again, hitting this A flat 5 chord. It's like, and now all of a sudden we're in B flat minor, going flat 6, flat 7, 1. And if you're just joining our stream, again, please excuse any sniffles and snuffles. I have something of a cold today, and I feel well enough to do this stream, but unfortunately I'm a little sniffly from time to time. So please excuse the sniffles and the snuffles and the whiffles and the waffles. Oh, I would really like some waffles right now. Oh, guess who's going to go check his freezer after this stream? Yo, I really hope we have some blueberry protein waffles, and I think there's some strawberries in the fridge. Oh my gosh. I know what this boy is going to eat for dinner. All right, let's go. One. It hits flat 7 for a second. Oh, man, I even wrote that flat backwards. Yeah. Please forgive me for typos. Like today's, yeah. You know, I've been doing a lot of flat 6 to 5, then to 1, sus 4 to 3, and then it's major. Yeah, parallel major there. Lutar says, love you, Dan. Do your best. Yeah, I really appreciate you saying that. You know, what I was going to say is I've been doing a lot of work. You know, a lot of you know this. A lot of you don't. I grew up in a cult. And even though we moved out when I was 4 or 5, like, we still stayed in, like, the vibe of it. And that really put in my head this really, you know, because cults are all about, like, rules and stuff. And so I get this voice in my head sometimes. It comes from that time in my life where it's like, everything has to be a certain way, has to be all the time, all the time. And I just started sorting this out recently with like some therapists who specialize in like cult recovery, but it's like some crazy stuff. Like it's wild how mixed up your brain can get. So like even the fact of admitting that I feel unwell is like, that's a big step. Dude, man, these pieces with key changes are quite the thing. By the way, that doesn't have to slow the chat. Like, just because I'm like, I was in a cult doesn't mean you don't need to, like, stop having fun. That's just a truth of my experience that I'm sharing with you. Like, you can carry on having a conversation. Like, you don't need to stop. Like, Keep talking. I'm actually working on a paper right now with the psychologist, which is really cool. It's going to help a lot of people who are going through this process to go through it quicker, because I've tried many things. Nah, I'm not pushing myself. I'm having fun and I'm feeling fulfilled, and I'm having a fantastic time hanging out with you. Yeah. So I have in the past canceled streams because I did not feel well, and I felt well enough today to rock, and I'm having a great time listening to some awesome music with some fantastic people. That would be you. All right, let's keep rocking with Dragon Prayers. Let me write it down first, though, because if I have to write it down and listen to the music and figure out the key, it's one too many things. Okay, Dragon Prayers. Interesting. Yeah, definitely evil, definitely deceptive. Like something two-faced, there's trickery. Oh, very, yeah, this is like pure deception. If you told me we were meeting like the devil in this, I would believe you. But now maybe not so much. Oh, this is so pretty. Alright, now it's looping. I'm going to talk and analyze. So, how do I know this is deceptive? It's right there. No. Not yet. This is introducing the deception. Now. Oh, maybe this isn't looping. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Was that the same as the beginning? Maybe I was really tripping. I was really tripping. Straight tripping, as the kids say. Yikes. That's our flat 6. I can't even hear that. Well, that's frustrating. There it is. It's a flat 2. Right. 4 goes the other way. 1. To 5. Sus 4 to 3. And then we have something like a C section here, where it's going 1 minor major 7 to 1 minor 7. Whoa! Hey, Golden Zen, you rock! Big G. Doesn't sound the same when I say it. Yeah, I think this is kind of like what we were hearing over here. Oh, not really. Alright, cool. So, some interesting things here. We have the 1 to the flat 2. From the 1 to the flat 2, to the flat 2, to the 1 to the flat 7. But flat 7 minor, interestingly. Minor 1, flat 6, flat 2. 4 minor to 1, back to flat 2 to 5. So many flat 2s here. It just, it's delightful sound, isn't it? It's a delightful, delightful sound. Speaking of delightful sounds, let's go check out some more delightful sounds with Terra Tower. Let's check it out. Oh, hey, before we listen to this, before I forget, I normally do this at the end of the stream because I'm a little fuzzy-headed and I just remembered and I might forget again before we get there. I want to invite all you guys over to my Discord for a couple of reasons. Number one, I want to hang out with you. Number two, when I do some streams that are unlisted on YouTube, so unless you're on the Discord, you won't actually know that they're happening. And if you want to come hang out in those are much more informal streams where we hang out, listen to music. I take all the upvotes from Streamlabs and the memberships and the super chats, and I put them all into the list so we can see what I'm going to react to next. If you want to come hang out with those too, really the only way to know that those are happening is to be in the Discord. So I'm going to put the Discord invite in the chat, but I'm going to do it after I close my Discord window so we don't freak out or scare a bunch of people. We're like, oh my gosh, my Discord's going crazy, and they're all like checking their Discord. So there we go. Close my Discord window. Let's go up. I'm going to pin this. Please feel free to click on that. Come join the Discord. Come hang out. And like, I'm going to take a break after this stream, but I'm going to come back and do like another unlisted stream today. So if you want to come hang out, I'd love to see you there. I'd love to hang out with you. Join the Discord. You'll know when those are happening. All right. Terra Tower. Okay, so in this piece of music, we really hear just 4 chords, and all these 4 chords share the same lowest note. They don't normally share this lowest note, but in this case, they do. So we hear something along the lines of a... or... it really has a B flat in there somewhere. You can hear this note, this D note stays the same, or we could make this a little bit more dramatic of an example. Here, check this out. Yeah, we need that G in there. There you go. And that was Terra Tower. Let's check out the Frozen Flame. Anne-Marie is the name of a frozen flame. That's a Elvis tune. Elvis! Oh, I could eat a fried peanut butter sandwich with bananas right now. Oh! Oh! All right. Some waffles with some waffles with peanut butter. Oh my gosh. I really hope I have waffles in the freezer. I'm gonna put peanut butter on them and get some fruit. I don't know about you, but when I get sick, I just want to eat carbs, man. I'm just like, give me carbs. All right, Frozen Flame. Oh, heck yes. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, this is delightful. You know, Dark Pulse, you say waffles or peanut butter. Whenever there's two options on the table, there's always four choices. It's one, the other, both, or neither. I'm looking at both. So it's 4 to flat 5. And this flat 5, this is really like a one. Anytime I'm writing down numbers and you see any number with a minus, and then you see one number higher, so x plus 1, with a flat in front of it. So anything we see x minor, and then x plus 1, that is going to be the 1 minor flat 2 relationship. It's just happening where it's not the 1, but it's still this same relationship taking place. So the 4 to flat 5, we have x minor, which is 4, and then we have flat 5, which is x plus 1 with a flat. I know I just turned this into math, but you know what? Music theory is a little mathy, so there you go. I'm assuming if you're watching this, you don't have a fear response to math. And if you do, I'm sorry to hear that. And math can be fun. Okay. Where was I? C-section. Right, that. that's very interesting. Okay. And then it's like... Yeah, okay. But it's flat 3 instead of major. It's like flat 3 minor. Okay, and then it's going to be 5 of 1, and here we're changing. I think I wrote that backwards. Oh, no, I think I might have got that right. Yeah. Here we're changing from E flat minor to D flat minor. And so we're now thinking this is being the 5. All right, we're just thinking this is being 5. It doesn't need, we don't need the 1. We just think this is being 5. And now we're in the C section, and it's like we're fully in D flat minor here, which we actually already have here, so we don't need to write it again. And then we have, well, I heard 1 to flat 7. I'm going to guess we go to flat 6. Oh, maybe not. Some interesting things happening here. Oh, yeah. Oh! Oh! That is so naughty. I'm not quite. And then are we back to... No? Are we changing keys again? We are, and it's like now we're in A flat minor. Yo! Oh, because it's... Right. So then the... Oh my gosh. So that... Oh, wait a second. So that B... All right, here's a really cool... All right, this is like a pivot chord. Pretty cool pivot chord for like key change. So we're actually... It's the flat 3. We're changing keys here again, and I'm saying we're going from E flat minor to A flat minor. Pretty sure I'm writing this symbol wrong. Maybe, but I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong with it. What am I doing wrong with it? Maybe it's that. No, it's not that. Yeah, whatever. It's something. Classical, it's a classical music theory way of expressing that. Just don't remember how to do that. Anyway, so we have what is flat 3 of A flat now to then 5, which by the way is beautiful. This is all just so magnificently navigated. Then to 1 minor, but we're in A flat minor now. Oh, sorry, we were in D flat minor here. Dude. I think it's gonna do it again. He's at it again. Oh, that is sick. Where does it go now? Oh, and that's just the same thing? That's genius. Oh my gosh. Wait, but is that the flat 3? No, it's not. It's the... Yeah, it was the flat 3 the first time. But the second time, it's... Is that different than what we did before? So it wasn't. It was 2. Bro, I am getting my wires crossed here. Hang on a second. I'll get this. All right. So I understand everything right. So no, that's... Yeah, it's not a flat 3. Rather, it's 2 major, which is really, it's a 5 of 5 is what it is. And it's 5 of 5. That then brings us to 5, right? And then we have the 5 of 5 because here we're coming out of A flat minor and we're going into E flat minor. And then we have 5, which then brings us back to E flat. Bro! That took me a second. Okay. I feel like Charlie Day, you know, in that meme of Charlie Day where it's like, it's the board with all the connections, and it's like, can't you see the connections? Okay, Dragon God up next. But as you know, the real question on everyone's mind is, when are we eating the waffles with peanut butter and fresh berries, cold berries out of the fridge? That's the real question on everyone's mind. The answer everyone is waiting to hear. I ate a big breakfast and a big lunch. I don't know what to tell you. I could eat a horse. All right, here we go. Dragon God.
This is sick. I have to go back and grab that. And just to let you know that this stream is brought to you by the Best Music Theory book for beginners. You can check it out on Amazon. And you can also get the entire course, which is everything in the book, for free here on this channel. Go check out the playlists and in the videos tab on this channel. And the entire course for the Best Music Theory book for beginners is here on the channel. You can get the book. I recommend follow along. There's also a workbook you can get. You can get both those off Amazon. Or there's also links that you can buy them from me for like $5 or whatever. But yeah, if you want to understand a little bit more about Roman numerals, how all this works, and get a little bit more of a solid footing for getting what's going on here, I highly recommend going through that course. It's rather complete and will give you a really, really good beginner base to move from. It's not everything you could ever possibly learn, but it's a great place to start. It's a great way to start. Okay, a couple things we're going to grab here. Right now. Is that what happened? Dude. Something. And then it's kind of like we go to F minor here, and then we'd have 1, and that go down to flat 3, to 2 minor, which was our 1 originally. And that is like the flat 6 of F minor. So I'm not regretting choosing to look at this in terms of F minor. Okay, so right there, it's actually like we go to C minor. And so this 5 here really is also it's like F minor, this is 5, but really it's also C minor as 1 minor. And then we go into like a C section where we're now in C minor. Oh, I just did it right.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, and then we're in like C minor now, and it's like a 1 thing. Yeah, and then it starts from about the beginning. All right, I'm not gonna get that next part there. We're gonna leave it there. That was a lot. Really cool. We have the flat 2 again here. I don't even remember what that sounded like. 1 flat 3, 2, 6. Yeah, key change here. We're seeing a lot of key changes in the last bit of this OST here. Like a lot. All right, this next one is called Darkness of Time. Of time. Ori Loki says, can you make a live stream of the Danganronpa OST? I will tell you, Ori Loki. I believe the Danganronpa OST is on our list to do. If you'd like to move it up the to-do list, you can support this channel with a super chat or a donation on Streamlabs. But it is on our to-do list, and we will get there. So thank you very much for your inquiry. And now we're doing Darkness of Time. And if you're just joining the stream, I'm a little under the weather today, so please forgive any meandering thoughts and sniffles of the nose. All the key changes feel consistent with how the story plays out. That's really cool. Yeah, so Ria Stilla says all the key changes feel consistent with how the story plays out. I'm hearing a real progression. It's like we weren't hearing this in the beginning of the story. So if the story's getting more convoluted and changing, and like maybe there's either like massive time jumps or time shifts or geographic shifts or like perspective shifts that are happening, the key changes make sense. All right, Darkness of Time. Goodness. Well, that sounds totally safe and absolutely like it's not a problem. Okay. No music there that I could detect, so we're going to move forward. And I'm not going to have a debate about whether, music and sound versus whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yes, rap is music. No, that was not music. That was art. It was not music. But yes, rap is music. Okay, A Distant Promise. Life. That was really awesome. That was just so majestic and magnificent. I want to grab this one. There was like a D section in there, and then it went back to C. It ended on the C section. I want to go back and see if I can't grab that D. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, so it's like how the C section ends. except after it goes to 4, it goes to 5. Did it. All right, I got it. So, this is, you want to talk about a beautiful way of taking what is essentially 4 chords. 5 chords. There's a flat 6, a flat 7, a 1. Yeah, 1 sus, okay. A 1 sus, a 1 minor. Minor for 6 chords. So 6 minutes and 33 seconds and 6 chords. And that's really, it's like, that's incredible, you know, and it's all about looking at the different combinations and permutations here too. So it's like, okay, we see almost every single time it starts out flat 6, flat 7, flat 6, flat 6. All of these lines in every section, it starts out flat 6, flat 7. That's part of what makes it feel majestic. But here's where it changes. Flat 6, flat 7 to 1 sus. Let's to here. Let's do a different color. Right? To 1 sus. To 5. To 1 sus 4 to 1. 1 sus 4 to flat 7. 5 to 1 to flat 7 to flat 7. To 5. To 4. To 5 to 4 to 1 to 5. Right? To 4 that goes to 5. To 4 that doesn't go to 5. All these different combinations. That is really cool. All right, let's check out our last one of this OST, but don't go anywhere because we have a couple bonus tracks we're going to listen to. Radical Dreamers, let's check it out. Here we go. Oh, the 6 chords are actually mentioned in the story. The composition is a key plot point. That's interesting. Thank you, Kenneth Elder. Wow, chat, let me know a little bit more about that. That is really cool. Because the way these 6 chords are used is truly masterful. Before we move on to Radical Dreamers, I want to see if we can get some closure on this point. Every element of magic in this game has a note associated to it. Oh, wasn't there something like that in another game? Maybe that was ChronoCross. Might have been ChronoCross. That there were like different caves and these melodies that were played in caves. And the chords is melody notes. Okay, so we have melody notes are B, F sharp, E, A, F sharp, C sharp. Okay, now that's a very particular order. So we have F sharp again. So there are indeed 6 notes, and we are in the key of B minor, which is interesting. So we have a B to a B. Okay, F sharp is the 5. Okay, so B is 1. F sharp is the 5. E is the 4. A is the flat 7. Yeah, we're just missing a G. C is the 2. So in the Life a Distant Promise, we have 4. And I mean, you say 6 notes, but these 2 F sharps, these are technically 1. So you can see that it's not perfectly... Oh, let me move this up. I think the channel icon's in the way. You can see it's not perfectly represented, but we can see that, sure enough, in the Life's Distant Promise, it's not only is it in the same key as this melody. Well, that's stretching it. Because there's no D here, we can't be sure if it's B major or B minor because the D or D sharp would tell us if it was major or minor. But the B, F sharp, E, and A, that's going to be the 1, 5, 4, and flat 7. Cool stuff. All right, Radical Dreamers. B minor again. Sorry, I was writing so quickly, I crashed my iPad. I'm sorry to stop it. We're going to start the music again. Okay. It just can't take the heat. It just can't take the heat. Aha. Okay, here we go. ends on a 1. Hey, what a beautiful way to end. And you know what they say, if a story ends happy, it's actually been a happy story the whole time. And that ends on a happy major sound. Your major isn't happy. Yeah, whatever. Yes, it is. I feel 6. We're keeping things simple today. So this is a really beautiful song. Something I had fun doing here was, instead of thinking this as A, B, and C sections, because they're singing, actually think of it as a song. And indeed a song, not a piece, but a song with an intro, verses, choruses, etc. This was beautiful and also a ton of fun to listen to. Hey, but don't go anywhere, because 90% of you have voted that we should listen to a few Radical Dreamers tunes. It's over 105 votes over the course of this stream. And I will tell you that if we get to 107 votes in the next 2 minutes, we're going to go listen to some. So if you've been lurking, now's your opportunity to vote. We need 2 more votes. 107. 7's a fantastic number. Get to 107. We're going to check this out. Oh, we're at 106. We just need 1 more lurker. 1 more lurker. There it is. Fantastic. All right, we have 107. We're going to move forward on this. Let's see if I can't find... Yes, there it is. All right, we're going to do a quick sound check. Y'all are going to type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the music. Again, y'all are going to type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the music. And we're going to listen to a couple of these. We're not going to do all of them, but we're going to do a couple of them. Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the music. The music is playing now. Now this sounds like SNES. Except for that guitar. Oh, that's sweet SNES sound. I don't think we've heard this before. Ah, that was delightful. So yeah, this is new stuff. So it's taking ideas we've heard. It's taking not just motifs, but entire themes that we've heard and reusing themes, reusing phrases, but then going somewhere a little bit different. This next one is called Gale. Nice. Oh gosh. I feel like playing some snow now. Yeah, Black Links. I would agree with the 9-8. Ah, love it. This one's Under the Moonlight. Thank you all so much. I will see you next time. Take care and goodbye.